goes.
You know, Kansas, I was trying to keep an eye on you while they took you away, but I was distracted just enough when they got out the door with you before I could follow. Because I was kind of suspicious, but they got away before I could find you.
Yes.
I tried! I swear I tried!
Kansas, you awake in the darkness. You're listening with your ears. You're trying to discern where you're at, and you can't tell. It is completely dark. Your head is throbbing as you're trying to get your bearings and figure out where you're at and what's going on. Then you notice that your hands are bound. And you wiggle your feet a little bit, and you notice that your feet are bound. However, you are sitting in some sort of a chair. Doesn't feel very comfortable, but you can tell that you are in a seated position. Go ahead and give me a perception check with a setback die. As Kansas tries to discover where he's at, he can't pick up any kind of familiar sounds, voices, no background noise, anything at all that would give him any kind of indication as to where he may be. However, it is somewhat cool where you're at, and as I said before, it is completely dark. You're not blindfolded, however. There's nothing over your eyes. You can't feel the presence of anything wrapped around your head. It's a bit musty smelling as you kind of try to gather in what senses you can. And you think that you hear something else, a movement, perhaps maybe a breath of wind, or um, maybe breathing. You can't really quite tell exactly what it might be. What do you do? And what are you speaking, Kansas? Are you just going to mumble and mutter incoherently? Okay, you actually are saying that. there's a voice that speaks out to you in the darkness. It says, "Hello? Who's there?" It's a female voice. There's a bit of an accent to the voice. Definitely not British accent. Your head is still just a little bit foggy. No, no, I don't. You said the Blue Pyramid? Is is that where we're at now? The voice is kind of echoing around a little bit. Kind of sounds like wherever you're at, it is bouncing the sounds. Uh, something like stone. You know, is kind of the feeling that you get from the way that the sound is echoing around. But this, you can definitely pinpoint the voice. It is coming from a discernible location that's not too far away from you. A little bit off to your left and in front of you. As Kansas tugs at his bonds, he finds that they are indeed very secure. He's not going to be slipping out of these bonds anytime soon, at least not without some sort of assistance, a sharp object, or um, someone else working the bindings for him. No, no, I was, I don't know. I can't remember. I, I was having a drink and then I passed out and and here I am in the dark. I don't know where I'm at. Who are you? An archaeologist? What is an archaeologist doing in London? How how did you get here? I I was at the Blue Pyramid also. What I don't know who did this to us. What do they want? I don't understand why they would have taken us. Unless unless it has to do with that man. Yes, yes, a man that I was looking into. He I I don't know if I can trust you. You said you were an archaeologist, so was he. How do I know you're not trying to trick me? Yes, yes, I guess you you have a point. We just have to trust each other. Sure, you can make a strength roll if you want. Add a penalty die. Oops, I just realized I had my mic muted. You struggle at your bonds a little bit, and you can feel them kind of flexing a little bit, but they don't budge enough for you to be able to get your hands free. Or is it your feet? Well, that would make a big difference. So, in that case, you struggle at the bonds, and they do not budge one bit whatsoever. You with us, Brice?
Yep, I am. I'm booting up Fantasy Grounds. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Cool.
Just as a heads up, you're still running 3.3.7, and it just popped up a notification for me. So at some point in the future, you might want to update Fantasy Grounds, but there's no incompatibility issues that you have to worry about with this program. It just let me know you were running a different version.
Right.
Anyway, we're doing Kansas' scene right now, so just hang tight, listen in, and wait for Fantasy Grounds to load up. There's not really anything for you to see at this point, other than what they're saying. All right, back to the darkness. Yes, I'm on. I can feel a wall behind me, and my hands and feet are tied. I I can't budge them at all. Give me an idea roll, Kansas. As your head clears up a little bit and you kind of are coming to your senses a bit, you're starting to place the accent. It is one that is familiar to you, and it's an Egyptian accent. Along with that, as your head clears up a little bit, you do distinctly get the feeling that you're in some sort of a dungeon or a basement or something underground with stone and uh, dirt around you. Just the smell and the way that the sound is echoing. All of these things all kind of come back to you as familiar things in your life, and you're able to identify them and pinpoint them. No, no, I'm not a dancer. I'm a shop owner. I I just come to the Blue Pyramid because, well, it's my culture. It's a spice shop. As you attempt to stand up, Kansas, you find that your arms are behind you, like around the back of the chair, bound, not in front of you. And as you try to stand up, you find that your hands are actually tied to the back of the chair, and any attempt to try to get up is futile. You can perhaps maybe try to stretch your fingers out a bit, kind of wiggle around a little bit. Give me a dexterity check. You don't have enough motion to where you're able to feel the sides of the chair or anything. Your clothing prevents you from being able to feel the chair anywhere else from where you are. As you try to move your feet, you also find that your feet are also, not only are they bound together, but they're also bound um, to the foot or to the feet of the chair as well. Probably bound to the cross support, the cross brace. that is often found on the feet of chairs. Now, whoever it was who bound you up definitely knew what they were doing. It was not a hasty, shabbily done job. Yes, I don't know who would have done this. I was asking questions, but I don't know. Maybe that's why they took me. The man that I told you about, his name is Edward. Yes. You know of him too? Oh, of course you do. You're an archaeologist, and the place that he owns has to do with archaeology. Maybe that's why you're here too. What was there anything that you did that would make them want to take you? Oh, your friend died too? I and you think that this Edward had something to do with it? Well, to me it sounds like more than just somewhat suspicious. I was asking about him too, and now look where I'm at. And you. What do they want with us? Is it something to do with that worship thing of his? Yes, yes, there's this inspector who came and talked to me. He said that I was Egyptian, and he thought that I knew something, and that I could have some information for him, but I didn't know anything. But but his questions, they made me think, and so I started asking questions myself. Something about a pharaoh in in Egypt, something in history. It was the Black Pharaoh. Yes, I I remember hearing about it as a girl, but I never knew anything about it. The inspector seemed to think that there was some sort of a cult or something. I told him I didn't know anything about it. That this Edward Gavigan, he must have something to do with it. I guess I guess we'll find out soon enough if anyone ever comes here. I I don't know if I want to know. I'm sure that it won't be pleasant, whoever comes. I don't know if anyone will come looking for me. I guess maybe when my shop doesn't open up, then people might start wondering where I'm at. I'll just be another one of those stories in the newspaper. Well, I tell you, if I do get out of here, that that Edward Gavigan is gonna regret that he ever had anything to do with this. I'll I'll go kill him. I'll until it she feels You can sense the frustration in her voice, like it's a hopeful impossibility. Like it's something she wants to do, but she knows deep inside that it'll never come to fruition. Okay. Not sure why that might be. Oh, there it is. We had a lag. I think it was probably because Brice was in the process of connecting. Fantasy Grounds
I'm downloading the Mac version. My old version was done with Wine Bottle on like a long time ago.
Ah. Yeah, anytime anyone connects, there's always this connection lag, kind of a pause within the program. So that's probably why it wasn't working for you, Kansas.
It's getting ready to reconnect again, too.
I don't know if I can or not, but I don't know if I could even bring myself to it. Would you? Could you? Your friends? You have some friends, or do you think they may be looking for you? That they may find us? Got you in the chat there, Brice. So click on characters. Oh, probably what I need to do is to take him clear ownership. Okay. Now if you go to the characters tab, you should be able to see it in there. If you're using a different username.
All my little tabs, I've got to find them again. But keep going. I'll figure it out.
On the sidebar to the right of your screen.
Yeah, all my buttons are gone.
Oh.
How do I add them back?
So go down to your library. Click on library. And then click on probably play. is most likely option that you'll want, and then you can pick and choose from those options that come up by the default play selection. I just kind of go through that list and pick whichever ones you want.
Where's the library button? I thought it was on the desktop before.
Yeah, it's down at the bottom right. At least for me it is.
I show a dice tower. That's cool. I'll Google. I don't want to hold the game up. You guys do that. I'll find out online.
Yeah, I mean, that's like a basic thing. I mean, it should be down at the bottom right. Unless
Yeah,
you're...
I have it at the bottom right too.
Do you have a Mac?
No.
No, I'm not full screen. Let me try that.
I don't think anyone here has a Mac.
I'm on a Mac.
Oh, you are? Okay. I'm sorry.
Just jealous.
I'm not at the moment.
Well, while we are out of character here, I was so tempted to do it in character, but yeah, just break the suspension of belief or disbelief, whatever. And but I just so want to say, could you, would you, on a train? Could you, would you, on a plane?
Did the same thing.
All right, so let's get back over to the basement of darkness. So this Gavigan, did he have something to do with your investigation? It makes a hidden roll so that only the GM sees it and the players cannot. So for example, that D6 that you just rolled told me how many minutes Kansas has left to live. What? What was he investigating? Holy cow, Brice. Now you're running 3.3.2. It's an even older...
It's Mac, so would it be the different version?
Possibly. I don't know. I mean, I didn't get a version difference whenever Pixel connected.
I just downloaded it from the site like recently. I wonder if it's still trying to open the old wine.
I'm not sure. I mean, in the end, it doesn't really matter. Like I said, there's no compatibility problems with running different clients, other than the fact that you may suffer from not having access to the benefits of whatever the software updates did. And you think that this cult that's here that has something to do with it? Well, it sounds like more than just a maybe to me. Sounds to me like Edward has his hands dirty. Give me a perception check, Kansas. You think you may hear something other than the other person in the room. I I don't hear anything. As Kansas continues to listen, it sounds like some sort of clicking or uh, clacking sound or something of that nature. Sounds like it's coming from some distance away. Ah, yes, there is a separate listen skill. So go ahead and give me a listen check. Okay. Then what we're going to say then is that you see your eyes are starting to adjust to the darkness a little bit. And there's just a very, very faint light that's kind of illuminating the room a little bit. I mean, not enough for you to be able to really see anything, more than just now you can see some shadows, as opposed to nothing but complete darkness. You can't see anything other than shadows, walls. You think that maybe you might be able to discern a little bit of movement. But then you notice where the light is coming from. There's a door not too far away. And the light seems to be seeping out from around the edges of the door. Or more, I should say, from underneath the door. Do you see that? It's a light. And then suddenly the door opens. There's two men standing in the doorway. One of them is holding a torch. They step in and they close the door behind them. Ah, if our little birds aren't awake now. He laughs at you. Ha ha ha. You think this has to do with a tab? No, it has to do with your nosiness. Sticking your nose in where it doesn't belong. The girl yells out, "What do you want with us?" "Shut your mouth, harlot." "You're here for the same reason." Uh-oh. And I just crashed. For no reason. Just sitting there, wasn't clicking on anything. Well, I'm going to blame it on the client connections. Alright, the host is starting up. You should be able to connect here in about another 30 seconds or so. Alright, host is loaded. Give all you guys a moment to get connected here. Yep, looks like everyone is connecting here. I'm just waiting on characters to be claimed. Now in the light of the room with the torch illuminating the place, you can definitely see that you are in some sort of a bricked stone type of a room. Looks like there's some items in the room kind of scattered about around you. Some wicker baskets, some crates, and you see the lady that you've been talking to. She is indeed tied up. There's some, uh, like a ring driven into the wall that her hands are bound to. She has a little bit of slack. There's a rope that is passing between her hands and goes through this ring on the wall. She's able to stand or to sit. There's enough slack to be able to sit as well. Definitely a more comfortable looking position than what you find yourself in, although not really any more inviting. For she is also definitely bound and captive. Give me a perception check. You're not even really sure whether or not she's tied up at all. It looks like she's tied, but I don't know. She could not be. Because it could just all be a figment of your imagination. Anyway, when we left off with our rude disconnect, uh, they told her to shut her mouth, harlot. That's what got her in trouble in the first place. Ha! A name. What's in a name? All except for the people that you're associated with, and the names that you've been throwing around, and the people you've been talking to. What is the saying? Curiosity killed the cat? Well, soon enough, we'll find out what you know and what you've told. We can't let our plans be interrupted. You must think us a fool. I have my strict orders from Edward himself. This'll be the last time that you go snooping around. The guy comes over to you. The one who's not holding the torch. And give me a second here. To find the right one. Yes, this is the one I want. The man who's not holding the torch, big, burly looking dude, he comes over to you, kind of cracks his knuckles a little bit, and he just lays one on you right across the jaw. And 5 points of damage. It's like, damn, Joe. We want him to be able to talk to us. Don't break his jaw. Doesn't matter if he talks. He'll certainly listen now, though. The other guy with the torch says, nah. I think he's a tough guy. We don't want to knock him out. At least not until he enjoys the show. Oh, yes. So do we. The guy with the torch walks over to the girl who is chained or tied up to the wall. She kind of thrashes around a little bit as he approaches. No! No! Get back! I don't know anything. Yeah, sure you don't, sweetheart. That's what they all say. Is Kansas going to interject? Try to draw his attention, or is he going to let the show continue? She's been opening her big mouth, just like you. Asking around, talking to people. No, but she can tell people who would want to do something. Like the cops, for instance. Or people like you and your nosy friends. Because we're careful. because we clean up our loose ends. Just like now. I don't see Kansas in the party sheet. Oh, there he is. He was way down at the bottom. Okay. Yeah, that was a major wound, so I am check marking the little red box there for your major wound, since that was over half of your hit points. Is there a point? Maybe we just like this. Maybe it's fun. I will break you. Should I hit him again? See if we can shut his mouth? The girl, she screams and kind of thrashes out of the guy with the torch. She can't reach him, but she does spit at him. Big old spit wad lands in his face. In retaliation, he backhands her. Let's see, so whenever you took your major wound, you were supposed to make a con roll. Very nice. You managed to stay conscious. He does have a point. The gathering will be soon. They would make good sacrifices. Yeah, but Edward said to find out what they know. Want to make sure his friends aren't going to come snooping around. And if they do, then we nab them too. Or we could just pay them a visit first. Find out where they're staying. The big burly guy, he moves over to Kansas. Says, "So, tough guy, Where are you and your friends staying? So, Kansas, are you doing this to intentionally be a smartass, or are you somehow hoping that he might believe you? And what is your approach, I should say? Okay, since you're being an obvious smartass, then he's going to remind you of your predicament. And you see him walk over to the wall. And there's a nasty looking hook on the wall. Looks like there may be some matter that is hanging up or hanging from it. Now, the guy who's walking over there, is not the one with the torch. He's the guy with the torch is standing over across the room next to the girl. And so where he's walking is kind of shadowed, and you can only see this, nasty looking hook hanging from the wall. And there's something kind of tenderly, kind of hanging from it. And he reaches out and he grabs it, and he pulls it off of the hook. He says, "So, you had this on you when we nabbed you. Let's see how you like tasting it." And you can hear the crack as he kind of whips his arms a little bit, and you can kind of hear the crack, which you recognize immediately as the crack of a whip. He takes the whip and he cracks it towards your legs, and it snaps right next to your legs, but it doesn't hit you. What is your reaction to this, Kansas? You could give me an idea roll at a penalty. You are not very familiar with this place. You've only been here for a couple days. You think that there's a couple names that come to mind, and you could try to blurt out one of those names and see how it goes. Motel 6. They always leave the light on for you. Okay, spin that luck. Alright, you think of a hotel that you remember having passed in your travels to and from Barney's place. You just hope that you have the name right, and that in your current mental state that you haven't messed it up, and you blurt it out. What is it? Hear that? Looks like we're finally getting through to him. He's not so tough after all. So, since you're in a talkative mood now, let's say you tell us a little bit more. Your two friends who were with you at the club. We know about them. And who else is with you? That blonde girl who was at the door? Who's trying to get into the club? She with you? Give me a deception roll. This is just not going very well for you. Irene ain't with me. Like, whatever. You expect us to believe your lies? We saw her walk in. Well, not we, but Xavier. Xavier told us all about it. Said how she was trying to get in with the rest of you. And then there was that scrawny little geek that he grabbed instead. We really wanted to take him, but the little weasel snuck away. Yeah, ugly sucker. And that other guy, the Chinese fella. Is he your servant? Well, you just hang tight. Don't wuss out on us too soon. One should still be alive whenever your friends join you. Now, as for you, sweetheart, who all have you told? You've been running your mouth asking about Edward. I haven't told anyone. I didn't even know what was going on. Ha! You lie about as good as this guy over here. I swear, just let me go. I haven't said anything. I won't tell anyone. She starts to weep and cry, and she's kind of, her knees kind of buckle a little bit, and she's being kind of supported by the rope on the ring hanging from the wall. Give me a psychology roll. You don't really believe her. You think that she probably has talked to other people, that there's people who she's run her mouth off to, and that she's kind of spread the word a little bit, and she's not telling these guys the truth. Yes, you can take it. Now let's see if the guys believe her. So, it seems like, at least for the time being, that the guys kind of believe her story, that she hasn't told anyone, and that she's not really much of a threat. And they kind of look to each other, and they say, well, even if she hasn't told anyone, though, she's still suitable for the sacrifice. He reaches out and he grabs a hold of her face as she's kind of kneeling on the ground. He grabs a hold of her by the chin, kind of squeezing her cheeks together, and he lifts her head and kind of twists it around. Says, yes, she's a pure blood. I don't understand. What's that mean? Are you not gonna let me go? They kind of chuckle to themselves a little bit. Oh, we believe you. But no, we aren't going to let you go. She starts to kind of thrash around a little bit at her ropes again. And then the guys turn away from her. They say, well, my two little lovebirds, you can keep yourselves company for a while longer until we get some more company for you. And with that, they leave and start walking towards the door. Actually, Kansas, give me a luck roll. If only you wouldn't have spent that 11 luck. Damn. Alright, so no, he does still have the rope, or have the whip in his hand whenever he walks out of the room. The door closes behind you. Behind them. And you can see the light around or underneath the edge of the door. Yes, you can. Although they really hit you, they didn't hit the chair. But anyway, so you see the trickle of light from underneath the door kind of fade away into nothingness, and you're left alone in the dank, echoing chamber of doom. All right, and so there we will leave you waiting and wanting as we cut scene and we fade over to the others. Let's take care of the group at the Spice House. So, let me pull up the Spice House map here real quick. And here we have the spice shop. When we left off, Irene and Barney were searching through the spice shop. They had made a quick survey of the place, made note of a few things, but then they went back into the lounge to search the place a little bit better. And the camera fades in with Barney and Irene in the lounge with a candlestick. Oh, yes, flashlight. I was trying to be Clue-like, you know. It was done in the lounge with a candlestick. Alright, so as the spotlight opens up on the two of you, what are you doing in the lounge? Are you reconciling your differences? Okay, so doing a very careful check of things, making sure that you're not disturbing anything, making any uh, traces that you're there. Okay, there's two ways that you can go about this. You can either be super careful and take extra time, or you can be super careful and not be quite as thorough in your search. So which of the two methods are you wanting to use? I don't know. How much extra time in character do you think that you might have before the shop owner comes back? Do you want to devote an hour to it? Okay, or just devoting more like about 10 minutes of searching. Alright, so okay. So not a super thorough search. More just kind of looking through stuff and making sure that you don't disturb anything too much. So go ahead and give me a investigate. Is that it? Let's see. What is it? Spot hidden. No boost. One, you're operating by flashlight. Actually, wait a minute. Barney said that he's going looking around the house while she's in here. So how are you eliminating the room, Irene? Okay, so Barney is holding the light, and Irene's doing some searching. The two of you search around a bit. You find the few odds and ends items. As I said, there's the Quran um, on the desk. I mean, not on the desk, on the coffee table. And let me move back to this area here so that I can detail what all you find in here. Because there was also some Egyptian artifacts. You notice several figurines in display case. Irene can give me a archaeology roll, or perhaps maybe a history roll, something of that nature, any kind of appropriate skill that you might have for discerning what kind of artifacts these might be. Yeah, Barney had already tried, and he failed. Tried and failed? No. Tried and died. Yes, I'm sure Kansas probably would, but unfortunately, Kansas is not with you. Kansas is not available right now. Leave a message at the beep. Okay, go ahead and open it up. You kind of thumb through it a little bit, and from what you can see, it basically looks like a real Quran. From what you can tell, you can give me an occult roll to see whether or not there's anything else unusual about it. Yeah, plus by the fact that it's written in a language that you don't really know, then you really definitely have no clue as to what it says. Yes, all of the previous tomes were handwritten, whereas this one does seem to be typed, or type print, I should say. Let's see, and you notice that, okay, prominently and piously displayed on a table is an open copy of the Quran. An ornate mirror in a gilt frame dominates the room. The frame is subtly asymmetric, and it seems like there's some weird pedigree kind of scrolling around the um, of the frame. Yes, you may. Let's see. It is not mounted to the wall. It is on a, you know, the old-timey mirrors that they, had a center pin that they hinged on and they would kind of tilt. So that's the kind of mirror that this is. It's actually on like a stand, and the mirror, like the mirror, although actually that one was on the wall too, the one that the evil queen used. But anyway, you look around onto the back of it, and you don't really notice anything too interesting on the back of it. It just looks plain, just has a plain backing to it. You can give me a spot hidden roll as you look at the mirror, if you wish. Okay, and then as far as the rest, let me finish telling you what the rest of the rooms, or what the items in the room. Couches, plush pillows, incense burners, um, rugs, hanging lamps, kind of muted shades of yellow and blue. You know, all of these. There's a sizable oil heater that is in the lounge that keeps the room rather warm, considering that it's winter outside. It's kind of almost uncomfortably warm for you since you're probably bundled in your jackets and everything. Um, in a prim glass case stand statuettes of that look like Egyptian in origin, but you can't really tell anything more about that. And there is a roll top desk that sits against the wall in the lounge. It is locked. Yeah, that's why I wanted to specifically mention it to you. Okay, spin the luck, and you manage to pop the lock on the roll top desk. As you roll it up, you kind of search through the components inside the desk. You find writing paper, pens, ink, a little notepad with a few notes scribbled on them. Looks like maybe some lists of some spices and things of that nature. There's not really anything in here that looks out of place or unusual. You do find, just like a little cubby that has some money in it. Perhaps maybe that's why the desk was locked. It's about 10 pounds. Okay, you're going to spend more time now because this is above and beyond um, your initial 10 minutes of searching. Okay, you search through the desk a little bit closer now that you have it open and your curiosity is piqued. You spend a little more time here, and you do find a hidden compartment. There's a drawer that slides open on the side of the desk. Inside are two sandstone vials, and there's a cap on each of them. There's a robe, and there's a chain with an ankh. There's also a papyrus scroll in here. Give me a occult roll. Well, I can remind you what he said, but I'm wanting an occult roll so that I can give you more information besides just that. Okay. Both of you only know what Kansas told you. And so what Kansas told you was that an ankh symbol had something to do with the cult that he was looking into. Although, would you actually really even know what an ankh was? Was an ankh common knowledge back then? Yeah, he could have drawn it out for you and showed it to you. It still took some time for the information to disseminate, though. And it may have been the rage in certain quarters, but it's not like everyone knew about it. But yes, I will give you that. That Kansas drew the symbol out for you, and this object looks similar to the symbol that Kansas drew out. There's also a piece of crumbling papyrus. And there's a pair of scepters. Okay, on the papyrus are Egyptian hieroglyphs, which you do not read. And when I say a scepter, I mean, we're not talking about like a 3-foot long scepter. I mean, it's substantial, but not like huge, bulky. But it is a very good sized drawer. I mean, we're not talking about some little small, trinket drawer. I mean, this is a pretty good sized drawer that slides out of the desk. Each of the scepters is about a foot long. One ends in a crook, while the other one ends in that same symbol that was on the chain. There's an odd appearance to the shapes at the ends of the scepters, but you really can't place what they are in your quick search and just kind of snatching everything up here in the darkness and everything else. It would take a more discerning look to investigate these things further. No, not really. I mean, it would have to be fairly good-sized opening for it to do that. Okay, you said you were leaving the robes, you're taking the 2 scepters, and you're taking the vials? There's no pockets, or it doesn't feel like there's anything in the robes. Whenever you kind of pat them down a little bit, there's nothing else that's contained in the robes, but they are made of silk. Okay, so you're going to take this stuff, which is going to obviously let someone know that you've been here if they go looking for it. Are you going to take the robe out of the drawer, completely open it up, and... Okay, so yes, the robe also has that symbol of an ankh on it as well. It seems like it's embroidered onto it. Give me an idea roll. It looks like it is a modern age kind of a robe. I mean, we're not talking about something that is ancient. It's not brittle, falling apart, frayed, anything like that. It looks like it's... Do you have a backstory with a knowledge of fabrics? If that's the case, then I will give you a boost for it. A sheep farm, that's right. It's a different type of fabric. It's silk versus wool, but I'll give it to you. You can have a Yeah, Barney is not really quite sure. Apparently, Irene is more in touch with the fabrics. She is a woman, after all, and she knows all about what feels good on the skin. Yeah, well, she has silk other things. You're not going to bother carefully folding it. Okay. That was going to be my next question, but you are going to shut the secret drawer. And so you're taking the, just so that I'm clear, you're taking the parchment, you're taking the 2 scepters, you're taking the, are you taking the metal ankh on the chain? Okay, so Irene says yes, she is taking the chain. And you're taking the sandstone vials. Okay. Okay. So you go back out down the hall to the room that had the boxes. Now these scepters are rather large. You're not going to be able to tuck those away into a pocket or anything. Well, they're a foot long, but still that's too long to really stick into a pocket. So, you're going to have to carry these. Yes, you do have long winter coats, but they don't have super deep pockets in them. So the scepters are going to hang out of them, and they're going to waggle all over the place, and probably be top heavy and topple out of the pockets. So the point is that you're going to have to hang on to the scepters. Are you hanging on to both of them, or one of you taking one each? Alright. Something is funky there. That was... No, the music didn't create any lag. I was getting some feedback though. So the music was coming through the voice channel when it shouldn't have. And I'm not sure why that is. do have the sounds muted. Yes, so you cut open the boxes. And whenever you do, you find some packing materials inside. Kind of like hay, straw, paper, whatever was suitable packing materials for back in that day. Okay, yep, still getting that feedback on the voice channel. I'm not sure why. Are one of you guys playing your sounds through an external speaker instead of a headset?
I'm playing it through my Mac, but I should be click to talk.
Okay. Yeah, because for some reason, whenever I play it, when I'm enabling the music for you guys to hear it, I'm also getting it coming in through the voice channel also, which leads me to believe that it's coming from someone's speakers. Let me check something here. Alright. No big deal. We'll continue on. So, you do find some packing materials and you find some objects inside the boxes. They are Egyptian-looking kind of things. Some urns, some clay pottery, some various different types of objects that really don't seem like they have any significance. I mean, they look like normal, standard, everyday kind of things. Let's see. What are your odds of messing with the clay pot that has the cobra in it? Let's see. Alright, so you check out the clay pots. They seem empty. There's nothing in them. Well, there's nothing in a few of them. There's some others that do contain some stuff. They contain some spices, some herbs, things of that nature. You're going to go ahead and open up all the rest of the boxes. Yeah, so you end up opening up all of the boxes, and they all contain similar types of things in them. All various different types of pottery, jars, earthenware, glassware, and some of them contain some spices, others contain um, some herbs and that are dried up, and some are empty. Okay, you pour it out. Give me a luck roll. Okay, you pour out the spices, and the spices pour out onto the floor, and you do not find anything interesting in the spice jar other than spices, and that is it. Okay, give me another luck roll. And again, you pour out the spice jar, and you will never know. Maybe I'm just calling for luck rolls for no reason. You pour out the spice jar, and again, there's nothing in it other than some spices. Alright, heading to the master bedroom. You guys are spending an inordinate amount of time here, by the way. It is, I'm fast forwarding the clock now for you guys. It's probably getting close to around 11 o'clock. Another half an hour has ticked down as you've done thorough searches of the lounge, and you've looked through all these boxes, and now you're heading into the bedroom to to look at things. So we're going to fast forward the clock here to 11. So much for not making it look like anyone has been here. Did you really find cult stuff? Or did you find Egyptian paraphernalia? Unfortunately, Kansas is not available right now. It would make sense for Irene to think that it's cult stuff without knowing anything better. Okay, you go into the master bedroom and you search around in the master bedroom. And in the master bedroom, you find the bed, a sitting chair, a dresser with various clothing items in it. You find a rug. There's a fireplace in the wall. There's an armoire with some clothes in it. Doesn't look like anything particularly interesting in here per se. All of the clothes do have kind of a Egyptian slant to them. Even the clothes that are trying to look like they're British, in nature, trying to blend in with the British culture, they still have some accents of ethnicity to them. Barney's looking around and he manages to find the undergarments drawer. And whenever he's looking in there, he does find something that is rather shocking to his fine British sensibilities. It looks like it has like a little crank wind kind of a thing on it, like, almost looks like a pocket watch with like a crank on the side of it that you wind up. And there's like a little button on it too, like a little switch. Have Irene give me a idea roll. Irene takes a look at it, and she cranks it, and she flicks the little switch, and it kind of buzzes in her hand a little bit. Bzzz. You have found the jewel. This is the treasured jewel, Barney. It's meant to stir up your cocktails. You drop it into your cocktail, and it blends it around. And all right, you guys are heading down into the basement. You go back downstairs. You had previously unlocked the basement door, which was locked. Okay. You just heading straight on down? Are you going to use any type of stealth, or are you just moving without caution? Okay. Both of you give me a stealth roll. Are you going to spend your luck, Barney? Or are you going to leave it as is? Okay. You head down the stairs into the dark, dank, murky basement. Okay, Barney is following Irene. Man, letting the lady lead the way. What a man. Okay, as you get downstairs, you go down the stairwell. And you're in what looks to be some sort of brick-walled cellar. It's dark, dirty, and rather featureless. There's a big pile of coal that fills the area below what looks to be like a coal chute, while several old crates litter the floor. A shovel and coal bucket are the only equipment down here. Yep, there is a coal chute, which I had stated that the coal was near the coal chute. Again, part of the description. A big pile of coal fills the area below what looks to be a coal chute, while several old crates litter the floor. A shovel and coal bucket are the only equipment down here. That is the coal burner. Coal-fired furnace. Yes, there would be lots of coal dust and stuff. You see lots of footprints down here. Barney, Irene, does not see anything. She just sees a bunch of uh, scuffling and footsteps and stuff like that. I mean, she can still see that there's tracks down here, but I mean, to her, it's just a haphazard, mess of dust everywhere, and she's probably worried about getting her shoes dirty or something. Are you going to crawl inside? It is an active coal furnace. I mean, that's what's warming the house or the shop. All right, give me an endurance check. Okay, as you approach the coal furnace and you reach out to grab the handle and to open it up, it does have, like a handle that you can grab without burning yourself. But as Barney reaches out to open it, he starts to open the door. Just the burst of smoke um, and heat that comes out of the furnace just kind of makes him recoil a little bit and gag. Kind of chokes on the smoke a bit, and he closes the door back up again, and just out of a reflex because it was just a little bit too much for him. Yes, as far as the tracks, just like Irene, you can tell there are tracks down here, but you can discern a little bit more of the tracks. You can tell that most of the tracks seem to be female in origin. Looks like about the size of a female foot. Lots of walking around back and forth here at the foot of the stairs, and um, you know, over to um, the coal furnace. Uh, there's also the occasional footprints going in elsewhere into the room, but it looks like most of the traffic is kind of back and forth from the foot of the stairs, over to the furnace. Nope, you don't really notice tracks frequently going over to any other place that looks like it might be a secret door. Okay, you notice that there is some stuff kind of stacked up on the wall. Irene, you're going to have to move it if you're wanting to kind of mess with that southern wall. As you start moving everything off of the wall, you notice that there is a door. Give me a listen check. Okay, Irene, you hear something. You're not really sure exactly where it came from, but you think it might have come from upstairs. Not if the difficulty to even hear it in the first place was extreme. Alright. The door is locked. Irene fiddles with the lock, and click, it opens. Alright, give me stealth rolls. Okay. Irene swings the door open, and as she does, the hinges kind of squeak a little bit. And what you see inside is let me just reveal it here. Anyway, you have bolted to the walls are chains and iron hooks, and various lengths of rope lie around the floor. At one end of the room, there's black candles in a ring, about 36 inches. There's about a 36-inch high idol that is carved from ebony, and it looks like don't really have a picture of it to share with you. Anyway, it looks like a black figure with like their arms crossed with two scepters that almost kind of look like the ones that you're kind of holding. Almost has like a pharaoh-ish, kind of a look to it, almost like, what you've seen on mummy, sarcophagus, kind of things. It almost looks, kind of a little bit like that. There's a block of wood, roughly about 2 feet square, that is stained black. And laying on top of the block is a club. An old, gnarled thing covered with dark stains and riven through by a blackened metal spike. As Barney sees this, he's kind of startled a little bit. It kind of shakes his sensibilities. I want both of you to give me a sanity check. Yes, it does shake his sensibilities. And as he kind of startles from this a little bit, he kind of staggers against the stuff that you guys had moved that was piled up against the wall, and he kind of knocks into it, and clank, 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 clank. It clanks, all over the floor of the basement. And me go to my insanity rules here real quick, because I want to make sure that I'm not being too harsh on Barney. But we do this so infrequently. Sanity points and sanity rolls. Okay. Failing. Okay, so then you have to roll your sanity loss. So give me a 1d6. Okay, you lose 5 sanity points, and losing 5 or more sanity points from a single source of sanity loss, you suffer emotional trauma. There's a lot of sacrificial, like, blood gore, weapons of doom in here and stuff. And so as you guys, view this stuff, it kind of gets to you a little bit. And as if that is not enough, you hear the door at the top of the stairs slam shut, and you hear a lock click. All right, and so we are going to stop there with the two of you. Now we're going to go to the other two as the camera fades from Barney and Irene. Now we're going to fade in with the two fellows as they flee the Blue Pyramid. Oh, you only wish that it would be over. No, no, no. Then the fun only just begins.
I'm still waiting to find somebody on a meat hook.
All right, so Charles and Alonzo, the two of you have just run out of the Blue Pyramid. You were in a scuffle with some guys in there.
All right, as we're running away, I'm like breathing hard. Damn it, Alonzo, what even happened back there? I saw you getting your ass kicked. I wanted to help. If I get arrested, I'm gonna fucking beat your ass.
So real quick, before we jump into you guys, I just want to make a quick note. Barney, just so we don't forget, I want you to make a note for yourself that you are suffering 9 rounds of paranoia. Because that might be important when we come back to you. Okay, so now we'll continue to jump on over to the others, and I'm going to bring up the map of the Blue Pyramid. Why is that thing so huge? That is weird. Maybe it's because I have it. Don't know. Anyway, if you guys right click on it and you resize and then you say change it to original size, then that should make it back into a normal sized image. Okay. Anyway, so the guys are escaping the Blue Pyramid. And I don't recall where you're... Oh, there you are. You're down at the bottom. So go ahead and give me a endurance roll. For both of you.
Off to a great start.
Okay. And for Alonzo? Looks like Alonzo might be away.
Charles' stomach is turning still from all the alcohol.
Yes, and so you're still kind of reeling a little bit from being drunk. You're rushing out of the place. You do successfully get away from these guys. It does not look like they are pursuing you. However, you have thoroughly exhausted yourself in the process of running away. You get down the street a ways. You're huffing and puffing and you're just not feeling very well at all. What are you choosing to do at this point? And unfortunately, Pixel is not here to chime in. I'm going to try to ping him.
He said something about meeting somebody, so
Oh,
I don't know if he still wants to do that.
out of
My goal was...
character?
What's that?
Like it in real life at home, he was meeting someone, or?
Oh, no. He was talking about that Egyptian lady at one point.
Oh, okay.
He's like, we were supposed to meet somebody,
Yes,
but I
yes.
don't know where that was.
Yes, someone did approach him and said that she wanted to meet him. I don't know if he's still wanting to do that, seeing as how you guys were just chased out of the club. But
He seemed to want to find where Kansas was, and she might have some information on that.
okay. And so she does say that she wants to meet him, and I think it was around midnight, but let me double check and make sure. Yes, meet me down the street near the arches at midnight. Okay, so it is roughly around the same time for you guys as it was for the others at the spice shop. It is around 11 o'clock at night at this point. So you have about an hour to go till midnight.
Oh, Alonzo, I just want to go sit down for a minute. Kansas would be fine, man. I need to get a cup of coffee or something. Maybe some water. Or maybe an.
Unfortunately, this time of night, there's not really any places that are open where you can get any coffee or anything like that. Well, definitely not coffee, but tea or anything like that, other than the Blue Pyramid Club. There is some water. There's snow on the ground, slushy snow.
He starts picking it up and starts like getting the puke out of his mouth. He's like,
It's
ugh,
it's kind
ugh.
of dirty. It's kind of dirty, slushy snow, from street traffic and everything else.
Can you grab some off like some handrails?
Give me a luck roll.
I've spent most of that. Let's see what happens.
See if you can find some substantial, clean snow. Yeah, unfortunately, there's just not much clean snow around. You're gonna have to use some dirty snow.
He's doing it.
Okay.
Probably better than the puke.
Okay.
Oh, this tastes like shit.
You're gonna grab you some dirty snow slush and kind of try to clean your mouth out a little bit. You got a little bit of grit in your mouth, along with it, but it's not too bad. You managed to get your mouth kind of washed out a little bit.
Or he tucks the hat into like his jacket because it's like so identifying.
Okay.
Great, Alonzo. So now what? You got a date, right?
He acknowledges that he does. The lady was wanting to meet him at midnight by the arches, is what she said. Do you either of you guys know where that might be?
I didn't talk to her. I don't have a clue.
Okay, and he states, verbatim, quote, meet me by the arches, or meet me down the street near the arches at midnight.
All right. What did I don't really care honestly because I mean I didn't talk to her or whatever. Did Irene say where she was going exactly?
No, I mean, you guys left Irene out in the lobby, and she was just kind of left out there high and dry, and she walked off. You did get the feeling that she was wanting to go tend to a personal matter. She was kind of muttering about, having some family business and things of that nature that she needed to tend to. But you didn't really.
So I'm basically, I mean, it's kind of sucks that Alonzo's not here, but I would, if he wants to go see Alonzo, I would, or go see the chick, I would. If not, I would just start heading back to the house.
Okay. So you're gonna stay with Alonzo if he is wanting to go do that, or are you going to?
Yeah, I'm pretty much going to go to jail anyway, so might as well see it through.
Okay. So we're going to assume that Alonzo is going to go meet with the gal because he thinks that she may have some information as far as getting to Kansas.
All right, Alonzo, that's fine. We'll go meet your date or whatever. But I still don't know what just happened in there. I mean, I saw you getting your ass kicked, and so much weird stuff's been going on. I normally just let you see through it and stuff, but so much weird stuff has been going on. Wait, I thought Kansas was fine. I thought they would just get him out of there, But what do you think?
Yeah, he's kind of dumbfounded at this point. Uh, he's just kind of flabbergasted. He doesn't have much to say. He's um, the cat has his tongue.
All right, I guess we start wandering around looking for pillars.
Okay.
We got an hour.
Give me a navigation roll.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I got 10 in that. No way.
Okay. Charles and Alonzo just start heading down the street. You don't really know which direction you're heading, but according to the quote, it was just down the street. So you go down the street, and apparently you have gone in the wrong direction. You kind of get lost a little bit. You get turned around. You come back in the other direction, thinking, oh well, hell, we went the wrong way. You go back down the other direction, and you keep walking. You keep walking. You're not seeing anything. You're like, oh, what the hell? Where is this? So you go back again, and back to your central spot. Are you guys going to keep returning back to the vicinity of the blue pyramid to kind of reestablish your landmark, or are you going to try and steer clear of that place?
Probably go where we could see it, but like not walk right under there and by it, but
Okay.
kind of just be like, okay, well, there's the building. I can see it.
Okay,
Let's walk around the block behind.
give me a stealth roll if you're trying to avoid it. You get 2 bonuses because
Okay, I just rolled, but I did a hard success.
okay. It's dark and you're kind of maintaining your distance from it. I just wanted to make sure you don't attract anyone's attention. And so you continue to meander around a little bit, and it is getting to be after midnight, and you have not found these arches or pillars or whatever the hell it is that you're supposed to be finding. Are you going to keep trying? It's just like right at midnight, so you could.
Yeah, we'll walk around a little bit more. I'll be like, you might have got stood up, Alonzo. I don't know.
Okay, so go ahead and give me another roll. This time, let's make it a idea roll instead of navigating.
What's that? Just intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's bad.
Right,
Alonzo might do it though.
I'm gonna roll for Alonzo here. We'll see what his.
I've got a good intelligence too.
Oh
well.
He fails. Do we want to spend the 3 luck for him?
Yeah, 3 luck. Yeah. If not, we just wander off a cliff or something.
All right. So let me spend his luck here. Ooh, he's only got 14 luck. All right, that brings him down to 11. Okay, you manage to kind of get your bearings a little bit. You're like, wait a minute, we've been that way. We've been this way. We haven't been that way yet. So let's go try this way. And you head down that way, and sure enough, you do see a landmark ahead of you, dimly illuminated by some street lamps. And you see a shadowy figure standing nearby.
Alonzo, maybe next time you should just like ask for an address or something. It'll make a lot more sense. We've been walking around forever.
Are you going to just go ahead and approach this shadowy figure? Or are you going to do anything specific as you see
He
this?
doesn't know who I am, so I'm following Alonzo's lead and letting him approach first.
Okay.
And wishing I had my gun right now.
If it was up to Charles, because Alonzo isn't here to put his 2 cents in, what would Charles's gut feeling tell him about how to approach this situation?
Charles would let Alonzo go and kind of go in stealth to jump in if needed,
Okay. So
like strategic.
so you're going to try to hide into the shadows a little bit and kind of
Yeah, to see if this is an ambush.
observe from a distance. Okay, I'll need 2 rolls from you then. I'll need a stealth and I'll need a spot hit.
No more drinking for me.
And I'm not even giving you a penalty die anymore. Alright, Charles picks a spot some distance away where he thinks that he can stay relatively hidden, in the shadows, but he also doesn't really quite see the situation all that well. But against his better judgment, he doesn't really want to move forward where he can see better, because then that might reveal his hiding spot a little bit more, and he just decides to just kind of stay put where he's at. However, Alonzo goes ahead and he approaches the shadowy figure in the light. He stops, and the figure seems to approach him. As the figure moves out of the shadows a little bit, Charles can just faintly detect that it's a relatively small looking figure. And they're standing there talking to him. Is Charles going to stay put, or is he doing anything else at this point?
I'm gonna try to, since I'm already stealthy and I know it, I'm gonna try to get a little closer within hearing range. So I'm gonna try to stealth in and then listen.
Okay. I'm not going to have you make any new rolls. This is your previous roll is going to go ahead and hold true for the situation, because there's nothing else that's changing in the environment here. You go ahead, you move in so that you can hear what's being said. They're talking in very hushed tones, and so you will not be able to hear anything unless you get very, very close to them. And as you are moving closer, you realize all of a sudden that you have been exposed. Uh, you've stepped, into. You were so focused on trying to get a position where you could listen to them that you weren't paying attention to your own position. And then once you're aware of that, you realize, oh shit, I'm like out in the open here where anyone can see me.
Alonzo, there you are. I've been looking for you.
Alonzo, he looks over to you and he motions for you.
You sure are quiet ever since we left that club.
He still doesn't really say anything. He's just listening to the girl talk.
Hey, I'm Charles. I'm gonna put my hand out.
Yalisha. I am Yalisha Assam.
What's with the creepy meeting in the dark thing? You okay?
I am afraid. I must warn you. The questions you are asking will bring danger.
Oh yeah, we're missing our friend. You know what happened to the guy that had the cowboy hat? In our breach in this hat. You know what happened to him?
I do not know. I saw that he was taken from the room, but I do not know where they might have taken him.
So you just want to tell us to stop asking questions? Is that what's going on here?
My my boyfriend Badru, uh, he was killed. When he was. Wait a minute, let me. Um, he was killed when he threatened one of the men at the bar. They were making advances on me. I have not worked there for very long, but the man then killed him, and a most brutal death.
Oh, that's not good. Why are you still in town for? You should get out of here.
I I must work, and I'm scared that if I flee, then they will know and of my fear and will hunt me down.
I mean, you could at least get a good head start, hanging around people like that. They just matter of time before they act on that.
But if I leave, I will not be able to get revenge. I'm I must avenge my boyfriend's death.
Okay. You know where these guys live? They probably know where our buddy went.
I do not know of them personally. I know of them, but I do not know personal details. I know that the Brotherhood has many ears and eyes.
And what brotherhood would this be?
The Brotherhood of the Black Pharaoh. Once a month, around midnight, a truck arrives to the club,
Uh,
and
is that
people,
tonight or another
people,
night?
people get in the club, or people get into the truck, and they drive away. I think they drive somewhere outside of London, and they are dressed in funny robes.
So he's a Freemason, so he he doesn't want to judge people automatically for wearing funny robes and doing rituals. So oh yeah, I heard about organizations like this, and he like turns his ring around. You is everybody come back from these things okay, or they a bunch of people missing?
No, no, the the people who leave are people who come to the club, and they come back. They come to the club on other nights.
Okay, well I don't know what you're planning on doing. I just can't go killing people for wearing funny robes and all. But the person that actually killed your boyfriend? Maybe we should call the police or something. I mean, maybe I shouldn't call the police in our circumstance, but you could.
The police have been here. They have asked questions. They have not been able to get any answers. The Brotherhood controls everything. All lips
Yeah,
are
seems to be
sealed.
a lot of that going on. A lot of freaking cults and police and corruption
The police
everywhere.
are not corrupt. The inspector, he did not seem to be corrupt. But the people who are at the club, they they have oh, how do you say it in your language? They have duped, have tricked the inspector. He has he does not come and ask questions, and is not interested anymore.
Do you know which one of these gentlemen killed your boyfriend, and you got any proof on that? Were you there? Did you see it?
No, I did not see it happen, but he was with me. He said that he was going to go face the man. Um, the man who did this is, I believe his name was Edward.
I mean, you seem like a nice dame and all, but we're just kind of hanging out here at middle of the night, and you're giving me some half information. I don't know what you're expecting from me to run in like superheroes don't exist yet, but I don't know what you're expecting for us to do here. What do you want from us?
I don't want you to do anything for me. I just want you to be careful. You were asking questions around the club tonight, and your friend probably got taken because of it. I was trying to warn you not to ask so many questions. The man that you were sitting with is one of the men who gets in the trucks.
Oh, now that's some information. He was asking a ton of questions. Now I think about it. And you don't know where that man lives, or the other guy you were talking about.
No, he just comes to the club. I see him. I work at the club. I do not know anything of them or their personal lives, but I know that I have heard things that they talk about at the club. They talk about their activities. They talk about their brotherhood. They talk about the Black Pharaoh, and they talk about their events. And they don't say it as plainly. They use secret talk, but I have been able to make thoughts of what they mean, and have found out that when they speak of these meetings, that they are of the time that I told you.
So when's this truck coming by again?
It usually comes at the time of the new moon.
Charles looks up like he knows what he's doing, but he doesn't. Is there a moon out?
There is a moon out. Let me see if I can tell you what kind of moon it is. Let's see, it is currently the 11th. And it is a waning moon. See, waxing is when it's working its way to full. Waning is whenever it's moving away from full. I think that's correct.
All right, so I'd really like to find a friend. So you got any leads on how we could do that? Someone we could talk to, maybe?
I do not know. I wish that I could help you, but I cannot. I can listen. I can maybe ask questions, or see if I can find out what is your friend's name, in case I hear them speak of him.
If they talk about him, it's probably gonna be pretty easy to know because he's the only guy wearing a cowboy hat. He's American. Um, yeah, his name's
But
Kansas though, but I don't know what he wrote in that book.
He did not have a hat whenever they took him.
Oh, I have his hat. He dropped it. He had a whip though. I don't know if you saw that ridiculous thing.
Is that what that was? I thought he had a snake on his belt.
He might brag about that, but I don't think it's true. It's a worm snake. Okay, so I still think you should probably get out of town, but you're a grown woman, you do whatever you want to do.
If I get out of town, I will not get my revenge. If I get out of town, I cannot help you find your friend.
Yeah, that's true. So what were you thinking for your revenge? You know who did this, right?
I want the men who pay. The man named Edward.
Maybe you could help us find out where Edward lives, and we could go visit him, see if he knows anything about our friend.
He does not always come to the club, just every now and then.
Do you know if he left already?
He was not there tonight.
What about Xavier? Is he still at that club?
No, Xavier left. He left around the time of your friend and you. I did not see him at the table anymore.
Yeah, I just realized I started talking like Bernie Sanders. My accent went way up. I based his voice off my old captain, who was a complete dumbass in the Navy. Captain Anderson.
Hopefully, Captain Anderson isn't watching these videos.
It doesn't matter if you did. So, yeah, so I wish I could find my friend and all, but I'm not exactly sure what to do from now on. I just hope he's safe.
I would not make bets on it. Some people get taken and they wind up like my love. They wind up dead.
Well,
Others,
I guess
others never get seen again.
I think our only thing we can really do is wait for someone to leave that club tonight and try to grab them. We just need to know somebody would have some information. We don't want to grab the wrong person. You know somebody good we could grab? Maybe that the owner.
I can. There is the man who runs the club, Abdul Nawisha, but he does not really. He is not a part of the group. I don't believe he seems to be afraid of them. He is afraid of one, a woman who comes there, and he's afraid of this Edward man.
Could you get Abdul to meet us here in a few minutes and just kind of explain we're here to help? We want to help with the Edward situation.
I do not.
I just don't want to go back into the club. We caused a little scene there.
I do not know if he will. There was the whole problem where with your friend, he put the knife to Abdul.
Do this. Tell him that we're not here for him. We're here to look into that cult. And he reaches in and he gets his FBI badge. We came all the way from overseas to find out what's going on here. Tell him we apologize for that, but he's, we don't mean him no harm. We thought he was in on it. But since you vouched for him, we know that's not the case. Show him this. Tell him to meet us out here.
You
as soon as you can.
Your badge?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I mean, it's not like it's gonna do me any good here. Just some proof.
Okay, she takes your badge. She said, "I will show him your your badge of FBI. What is FBI?
It's a special investigation unit to root out evil things like this. But if you think this guy's crooked at all, then this ain't the right plan. If you think he's on the up and up and he wants to get this taken care of, then he tell him to meet us now before our buddy gets killed and before anyone else gets hurt. You think that was the problem? We can take care of it. Yeah, Alonzo, we didn't know what happened to you, buddy. Welcome back. So we, long story short, we got lost walking around the city because we both suck rolling. And then we went to meet this lady, and she told us some info. We don't know where Kansas is at. And then the only plan I have, which isn't too great, is I'm going to try to get her to bring my badge to the owner that you threatened. Because he seems to not be a bad guy, and he has some beef with the other guy that probably is the bad guy. So we're going to try to get him to come out and meet us, so maybe he knows where to live, or we can find him to try to save Kansas. Hey, do you happen to have a gun by chance? I didn't bring mine. Kind of says that not directly to Alonzo or the chick, just kind of in the air to see if any one of them says, "Yep, I got a."
You noticed on the door of the Blue Pyramid that its operating hours were from 1 p.m. to, 6 p.m. to 1 a.m. every night of the week. It is now after midnight. Since you had trouble finding the spot, it's, we're going to say, you got there fairly quickly after midnight, about 17 minutes after midnight.
So maybe the owner is gonna be leaving the club soon as it closes.
Are you going to try to go with Yalisha and kind of stay in the shadows, or are you going to just let her try to do this on her own and bring him back here?
I'll go close. I'll go closer, but I don't have to go with her. But I'll go closer to the building, so closer to outside. But I'm definitely gonna watch in case there's a bunch of people coming to apprehend us.
And how about you, Alonzo? Are you going to go with Charles and Yalisha to try to coerce the owner into coming to talk to the man who stuck the knife in his ribs? Or are you going to hang back?
Alonzo, you with us, buddy?
Alright, he's gonna come along too.
Hey, Alonzo, did you happen to bring a firearm by chance? You don't even have a firearm, do you? Sorry, you actually handled yourself a little better than I thought. You were beating those waiters up like nobody's business. But imagine what you do at the old folks' home.
Okay. Back up.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yep, I can hear you too.
Oh man, you know I don't have a gun. I hate guns.
I hate that I don't have one on me right now. You know, my Kansas is missing it all. Come on, Alicia, let's see what we can do. We gotta get our friend before it's too late.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, we have you guys heading down the street back to the Blue Pyramid Club. And how far back are you guys gonna hang?
I mean, maybe like 40 feet, 50 feet. I mean, it's dark out, right?
It is dark. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll hang back. Good
Yep.
distance.
I'll let Charlie take the lead on this.
Okay. Give me a stealth roll with a bonus die.
I'm rolling like crap tonight.
Join the club. I think everyone is.
Yeah. True. I'm sorry, he's probably still a little tipsy. Look at you go.
All right. Alonzo is sticking to the shadows fairly well. Charles, not so much. Maybe it's his anxiousness. Maybe it's just his lack of attention. Don't know, but he is kind of exposing himself a little bit. Alonzo, you notice this, and you could kind of give him some help. And that would be basically his spending his luck. You can let him know that he's out. Where people might be able to see him. Are you gonna spend that luck, Charles, or are you just gonna keep it where it's at?
I have 19 luck, which is exactly what I would need, and I'm not gonna spend it because I could get shot at or something.
Okay.
So I'll just roleplay it out.
Well, you only need.
Damn it, Alonzo! I've been doing this for years.
You
Leave me
only need
alone. I
7.
know what I'm doing.
You only have to spend 7 of your 19, but I
I
understand
thought
you not wanting to spend any of it because you don't have much.
Oh, 7 on your 19. I saw the 19. Yeah, I'll do 7.
Okay. All right, you guys managed to stay hidden, and Yalisha goes into the club. You wait, and you wait, and you wait some more, and it is well after 1 o'clock. Now, you're starting to get a little bit anxious. You're starting to wonder whether or not she's okay, or if somehow she has been compromised. What do you guys think about that? Are you going to continue to be patient? Are you going to go chasing in to save the damsel in distress, or do you want to leave it to the fates and make a dice roll?
Chuck, this is crazy. Let's get in there. Something's going wrong.
You know, we haven't known each other that long, and we've been getting into some pretty crappy situations since you came along. I'm just saying, you know. I mean, I don't have my gun, outnumbered.
You without your gun, it's like you've been castrated. But come on, man up.
I mean, if I was
Girls in trouble.
castrated, it'd be hard to man up.
He does.
So maybe that ain't the best
He
analogy.
does have a point there.
I didn't bring my sword cane. No, I got a knife. All right, man. I just, if this goes south, you just be prepared to run because, I've been working out and all, obviously, but getting into fist fights and stuff, it
Working out
ain't my
what?
strong suit, and it definitely ain't yours. I mean,
Working
you
out
did
your
pretty good and all.
cowardice?
What's that?
Working out your cowardice? Come on. There.
I literally just saved you from getting your ass beat by waiters. That 100-pound guy had a death grip on you. You couldn't break free of one guy. What do you think is gonna happen when we got 10 guys?
I had it all under control. Come on, let's go.
Okay, as the two of you
All
stand
right, we're gonna.
in the shadows, kind of discussing what you're gonna do and bantering back and forth, you notice Yalisha emerging from the front door of the club. She looks around a little bit to her left and to her right, and she kind of moves with a purpose off into your direction, but she looks like she's trying to make it look like she's not moving with a purpose, but you realize that she's not really all that good at this kind of thing.
Welcome to the club.
She
All right, we'll
she comes up to your
back up a little bit just to get in the shadows a little deeper, and I'll pull him back too.
Okay,
Alonzo back.
She comes up to your location, and she says, I am most sorry, but Abdul wishes not to see you. He says that your friend stuck a knife to him, and if he comes to talk to you, either your friend will kill him, or the Brotherhood will kill him, and he does not wish to be a dead man. That is his words.
Can I have my badge back?
Oh, yes, I here is your badge for the FBI.
Thank you. Well, we appreciate you giving that a try. Is he still up there?
Yes, he is. He will be leaving soon.
Are any of those other goons up there, or is he by himself?
No, there are still workers there.
No, the Pharaoh, the Black Pharaoh people, any of those guys up there?
I do not know who they all are. Many of them wear robes, and I hear them talk, and I recognize some faces, but I do not know other faces. So,
what do you think, Alonzo? You think we should go talk to this gentleman? It's for his own good.
That's for sure. We gotta tell this guy. Either he works with us or he works with the Brotherhood, and I think his odds are a little bit better working with us. Because if the Brotherhood catches us, I'm giving him up like first thing.
You never cease to amaze me. Alicia, thank you. We're gonna go talk to this gentleman. Which office is his?
you were in the club. He is in the club.
You know which way he leaves by at night? Maybe we'll wait for him to leave.
Through the front door. That is the only way to leave.
Okay, yeah, we'll just Alonzo, you good waiting out here? Or maybe be a little better with less people.
Give me an idea roll.
Sure. Idea roll from who?
From both of you.
Yeah, I made a roll. Does he drive a car or does he take the transportation?
So, Charles, based on your idea roll, you get the feeling that she might be telling you what she believes is the truth, but perhaps it's not, because if they took Kansas from the club, surely they didn't take him out the front door. There's gotta be some kind of a secret entrance or something or other, because you never saw Kansas leaving out the front door that you're aware of, unless
that's
unless
yeah.
maybe
I don't.
unless maybe the goons took
Go
him
ahead.
out the front door, and you just you weren't there to see it. But
Alonzo, didn't you know which way they went from the blood or something earlier?
I think it just turned out to be your blood, Chuck. I don't know which way they went.
Oh,
yeah, he completely.
I don't. I
lost
just puked. I
track.
don't bleed. Alicia, I don't remember them dragging Kansas out the front. They took him a different direction. I wonder if they've got him in that building somewhere.
I don't know. I cannot help you.
Well, you've tried. We appreciate that. I think we're gonna go talk to the owner. You should still think about getting out of here. Revenge ain't worth your life.
Then you should do the same then.
It's not our life we're fighting for. We gotta go get our friend. Or I should say acquaintance.
That is very kind of you. You are a very sweet man.
You have no idea how hard it is to find a lion tamer.
All right, so it is after midnight. This is a good stopping point. Yalisha leaves and she goes home, to wherever it is the Yalisha goes whenever she's off work. And so, we'll resume with one of the three groups next time and see if we can't get some answers to this chaos that has just befuddled the group.
Kansas, we're gonna need you to scream really high pitched so we can hear you. Meat hook.
Oh, looks like Fantasy Grounds just closed again.
I just imagine throwing his hat up in the air and the wind catches it and finds his way back to Kansas. We can just follow the hat.
All right.
Sorry.